One, can you hear me? Yep. Okay, perfect. So we have these new microphones, so I want to make sure everyone can hear me. So thank you, everyone. I will call this meeting to order, and it's 6:06. So this is our meeting, our City of Soledad Joint City Council Successor Agency Housing Authority and Successor Housing Agency regular meeting of Wednesday, May 6th of 2026. So thank you, everyone, again for joining us today, and thank you for those that are joining us via Zoom or on our city's YouTube channel. Again, as we like to say, your participation to this process is really important. Civic engagement and your public participation and feedback is critical. Just a couple of reminders as we have during the meetings for public participation today and to make public comments. You could do that several ways today. So you can join us via telephone. And our number is consistent. It's the same number, 1-669-900-6833. As well, this meeting also you can view on our YouTube channel. Just as a reminder, though, comments made there will not be part of our public record. So you do need to join us on the Zoom. And the meeting ID for today is 858-5543-2140. And as always, we have a translator available as well if you need those services. So thank you again for joining us. And with that, I will turn it over to our city clerk for roll call, please. Here. And just, he did state he wasn't going to be able to be here due to work-related commitments. Councilmember Enrisa Benlogos.
Here.
Councilmember Ben Caldera.
Here.
Okay, we'll move on to our next item on our agenda. At this time, we have public comments on closed session items. So at this time, any member of the public may address the council on closed session items that are appearing on the agenda. We do have 3 items limited per individual. Please be brief and to the point. We have 2 closed session items today. This item number 1, the city council will recess to closed session item pursuant to government code section 549-569A to confer with its attorney regarding pending litigation, which has been initiated formally and to which the city is a party, Quinones versus Serrano. And item number 2, the city council will recess to closed session pursuant to government code section 54956.9A D2 to confer with its attorney regarding potential exposure to litigation, calculation, and imposition of impact fees. So at this time, do we have any public comments on our closed session items? Okay, seeing there's no public comments of those that are joining us here in our council chambers, I'll see if there's anyone that is joining us via Zoom, if there's any comments. Okay, thank you, Diego. There's none. Okay, I don't see any either. Okay, so with that, then we will close the public comment period for the closed session items. And at this time, then we will recess. For closed session, and then we will be back at 6:30 for our public portion of the meeting. Thank you.
Susita with, and it gets to promote for interpretation?
No, I'm gonna go because right now nobody needs interpretation for public comments. You're on the camera. You're on the camera. Oh my god. Sorry about that.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We continue to much closed session. And so I will turn it over to our city attorney for.
Yes, Madam Mayor and Council, with respect to item number 1, direction was provided to legal counsel and no other reportable action was taken. With respect to item number 2, the substantial terms of a settlement of a dispute resolution between the city and the school district were discussed and direction was provided to legal counsel and no other reportable action was taken.
Perfect, thank you. So we'll move on to our next item on the agenda. At this time, it's Pledge of Allegiance. Phone. Okay, perfect. So we'll move on to our next item, which is Pledge of Allegiance. And we have Chief Valenzuela, if you want to lead us into our Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we'll move on to additions and modifications to the agenda. So we have any additions or modifications?
No, there are none. No, there are none. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to our public comment. So at this time, any member of the public may address the city council on items that are not appearing on the agenda and items of interest to the public that are within the jurisdiction of the city council. So we do have asked the speakers if they could come to the podium if they want to speak, and we do have 3 minutes per speaker. And so we thank you again for being here, and we just ask again, make these a couple of statements, just if we can make sure that we maintain decorum during the public comment portion when making public comments. If we can please refrain from making any personal attacks or derogatory comments. And just when the speaker has the floor, for anyone that's here in our dais and those that are joining us also in our chambers, we can please not interrupt the speaker and allow them to finish speaking, please, when they are up here in the dais with us. And so with that, I will turn it over to our first speakers.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Council. I'd like to introduce our Post Commander 32, Eugene Ivy, and myself, Tony Bray. I'm the Vice Commander at Post 32. And this month of May being Military Appreciation Month, all month, Post 32 just wants to get more involved in the community and contributing to the community safety. And we took upon ourselves and are donating just public safety vests that we're going to be offering to our police chief here. And in the future, we'll be looking at some other items of safety for our youth in the public out there that are, for Post. But that's really short and sweet of it. Something that we just want to get more involved in the community. And, we do a lot of good things aside from scholarships for the high school students and, our fundraising, Memorial Day events that we do. But it's something we want to also do for our youth as well, our future for our high schoolers. Thank you, Commander.
Yes, I'd like to thank the city of Soledad and like First Vice Tony said, we're here to offer these vests for the city, for the youth, for mainly for safety reasons. We see a lot of near misses and accidents out there on the streets. I've actually witnessed some things myself, and I thought it was a good idea, a good proposal. We're also looking into DOT helmets as well for the youth. We're going to look into that and see what we can do. But we're here for the community. If anybody's interested in joining the Legion, or you can talk to me or myself, Tony Vieira. My name's Eugene Ivy. We're open every first Tuesday of the month. We have a meeting at 7 p.m. Also, I have contact information. I can put that out later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mayor and council members. I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the grant we have. I am Marlo from Wonderwood Ranch. We use rescue horses to work with trauma impacted youth, and we have been advocating for more services for youth in South County for years now, advocating in Sacramento, advocating federally with Chris Lopez, just everybody knows. So we have received a youth community access grant from the state of California that allows us to take youth, one, to our ranch for outdoor experiences, and then also to other places like the Pinnacles, and also to do some community events with animals right here. As long as they're outdoors, that's what we want. So we would love to spend some of that grant money with you guys for your youth here in Soledad. And all we're asking is, like, we've got everything all set up. How can we partner together to make this happen? It needs to happen this year. So we're hoping to work with your youth council, get them up to my ranch, teach them horse things, make them the leaders for these events. And we're looking for those youth that you're worried about. And how can we work with them? How can we bring more safety and opportunity for the kids that need it most here? So I just wanted to come and let you know that we are all in on South County. And how can we help? We are right here ready to help you. So reach out to us. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. Just came to introduce myself, Megan Range. I'm the new Government Relations Director for PG&E. Those of you who I haven't talked with yet will get a follow-up email from me. Just want to make sure you know I'm in the community. I'm excited to help, and I look forward to working with you. Happy to answer questions one-on-one. Probably the easiest way to do it. Thank you.
Do we have any additional public comments? Thank you. Thank you. And just to clarify, I know of the public comment portion, if we're not responding at this time and the council doesn't respond to any of the public comments, but we are listening. And I know for some of the items that were brought forth today, we will connect with our city manager on those as a follow-up. Okay. Thank you. So let me go out to those that are joining us on Zoom, if there's any public comments from those that are joining us. No. Okay, so there is no public comments, and let me just connect myself here too for those. Okay, so at this time, then we will close our public comment period. We'll move on then to our next item of business, and we have council presentations. So we have proclamations, which is probably more accurate for this portion. We have 7 proclamations for today. Some we will be just reading out loud, and some we will be presenting. So we have our first proclamation, which is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May as Mental Health Awareness Month. So if we can ask if we have anyone from the Monterey County Behavioral Health Department that's joining us here, if they can please come up to the podium while we read this proclamation. Thank you for being here.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thank you. So let me just get my notes here, make sure that we're reading this out loud. Let me turn my page. Okay, so whereas since 1949, the month of May has been dedicated to addressing the challenges faced by millions of Americans living with mental health conditions. And whereas mental health conditions affect millions of individuals worldwide, transcending age, gender, race, and socioeconomic status, and often carry stigma and discrimination, hindering access to support and treatment. And whereas raising awareness about mental health promotes understanding, compassion, and empathy, encourages early intervention, and reduces the stigma associated with mental health illness, creating a pathway to recovery, resilience, and hope. And whereas Mental Health Awareness Month serves as a crucial reminder that no one is alone, that help is available and that together we can create a culture of compassion and understanding and support. Whereas Mental Health Month celebrates the resilience and strength of individuals living with mental health illness, recognizing their courage, determination, and achievements in overcoming obstacles, seeking help, and embracing hope and healing. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad does here proclaim May as National Mental Health Awareness Month. And during this time, we recognize the importance of mental health. I think as a community, we know the criticalness of mental health, making sure that our community knows that there are services and services here, which we are so, it's important to be able to know that the services that you provide here in the Soledad Clinic are really critical to the residents that don't have to travel to Salinas, don't have to travel other places, but those services that are here for our families are really, really critical, given that we still have transportation barriers. So we reaffirm our commitment to promoting mental health awareness, reducing the stigma, and creating a resilient community for future generations, for current and future generations. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the work that you do. And we really applaud your continued services to our youth and to our families. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So we'll give you an opportunity to share a few words, and if you can also, I had the names here. So we have, I know Judith Herrera is your behavioral health unit supervisor who's not able to be here, but I want to give her a shout out because she's been really amazing for our community. But we do have Phil Sherwood. Okay. So Monterey County Behavioral Health Deputy Director, and then also Behavioral Health Services Manager, Jeremy Alfred. Thank you. And then I didn't catch your information.
Rosa Manriquez,
Rosa.
social worker. Yeah.
Oh, great. Well, thank you so much for being here. So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Really appreciate having us. And I think a lot of the words that you just mentioned, Mayor, really ring true, which is our presence in Soledad community. And I was trying to remember when we opened our doors up as a behavioral health clinic in Soledad, and I believe it was approximately 12, 13 years ago. But before then, there really wasn't services for mental health. And like you mentioned, folks were being asked to travel to Salinas or oftentimes farther to receive the proper mental health services. And us having visibility in a clinic here is really an important step in that process. But I think over those years that we've been here, it's really about creating trust with the community and that this is a safe place to go. And that is how we have our clinics set up, that it's an open and judgmental free area for people to engage who may have some stigma around mental illness, but come in our doors and don't feel like that. And so just, we can't serve everybody in the community. There's a system at play that, but what we do is we try to ensure that folks coming in our door get to the right place for the right treatment. And that includes mental illness, that includes substance use disorder services and conditions. And I really applaud and I appreciate you bringing Judith into the room, who couldn't be here, but she's really instrumental in helping all those things happen. And I really appreciate the collaboration with Beatrice and her team. And the city of Soledad has been such a great advocate for homeless and mental illness and substance disorder treatment, and really an openness to collaboration. And so I appreciate that continued partnership. Yeah.
And we do have the proclamation, but if we are going to go through all of the other, and so if you can hold on, and then we want to take a photo.
Sounds great.
Thank
And
you.
thanks again for having us.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to the next one. I'm just going to announce it. It will be published on our website. So the second proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 7th as National Day of Prayer. Again, the proclamation will be on our website. The next proclamation is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 3rd through the 9th as Small Business Week. The proclamation also will be on our website, but it will also be provided to several of our local business owners here as well. The fourth proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 17th through the 23rd as Public Works Week. And I think this one I turned over to Councilwoman Bañuelos.
So I'm excited to read this. A proclamation to the City Council of City of Soledad proclaiming recognition of the National Public Works Week, May 17th through the 23rd, 2026, rooted in service, powered by community. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are vital importance of sustainable and resilient communities and to the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the City of Soledad. And whereas these infrastructure, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are parks and streets maintenance workers, engineers, water and wastewater operators, and administrative and support staff at all levels of government who are responsible for maintaining, rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water systems, wastewater systems, and solid waste systems, public buildings, parks, vehicle fleet, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is a public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and the children in the City of Soledad to gain knowledge of and to maintain a progressive interest and understanding of the importance of public works and public work programs in their respective communities. And whereas the City of Soledad is a member of the American Public Works Association, APWA, and South County Public Works Association, comprised of the cities of Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, and the City of King. And whereas in keeping with this year's APWA theme of rooted in service, powered by community in public works departments of the cities of Gonzales, Soledad, Greenfield, and King and City of King continue to collaborate to improve services to our communities. And whereas the year 2026 marks the 66th annual Public Works Week sponsored by the American Public Works Association, be it now. Now, therefore, it may be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims May 17th through the 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. The City Council encourages all citizens to join with representatives of the American Public Works Association and government agencies in activities, events, and ceremonies designed to pay tribute to our public works professionals, engineers, managers, and employees to recognize the substantial contributions to make by protecting our national health, safety, and quality of life. So rooted in service, powered by community. That's all you guys. And I appreciate all the service that you guys do. You guys are the backbones. And I just want to say thank you so much for the tremendous amount that you guys do for our city and our residents. So thank you.
So do we have someone from Public Works to make a few comments? Thank you. And can I have everybody from Public Works come up here as well with Don?
Rafa, Carla, Hilda.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Don Wilcox, Public Works Director. It's a pleasure again to have this acknowledgement for Public Works Week. We have a great team. We've said this before, say it again. They're hardworking, committed. It's an amazing team we've assembled and continue to stay here and recruit new ones actually every time we have an opening. So it's been my pleasure to be here since 2012 with the Public Works Group. We've done a lot throughout the city. We continue to do a lot throughout the city between construction and maintenance. That's because of the team. And I think everybody in the team says it's kind of like a family as much as a work environment. So we're definitely blessed and appreciate all the hard work everybody does. And I would like Rafael Hernandez, our wastewater operator to also say a word from their side.
So I just completed my 11th year 2 weeks ago, and the opportunity was given to me. I've always worked for this community. You guys know me from the past. I was at the swimming pool for 7 years, and I work for the city. So it's been full circle for me in this community to keep on helping out. A lot of great projects, like Don said. And I hope to retire from here one day, to be honest with you. It's just, this community has been so great to me. And I'm very grateful for it. And thank you guys very much.
Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to our next proclamation. So it's a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 3rd to the 9th as a Public Service Week. And so with that, I will turn it over to Councilmember Cabrera.
Perfect. All right. A proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad recognizing May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as Public Service Recognition Week. Whereas the public sector plays a vital role in serving the needs of our residents, providing essential services, promoting the common good, and upholding the values of accountability, transparency, and integrity. And whereas the City of Soledad's dedicated public servants work tirelessly in government agencies, departments, and organizations to contribute to the well-being of and progress of our communities, striving each day to improve the lives of those they serve. And whereas Public Service Recognition Week offers an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the contributions of public sector workers, highlighting their commitment to public service, professionalism, and excellence. And whereas many public servants, including military personnel, police officers, firefighters, utility operators, embassy employees, health care professionals, and others, all of them risk their lives each day in service of the people of the United States and around the world. And whereas public servants carry out the most fundamental purpose of government, to ensure public safety and represent the public interest in addressing social, economic, and political challenges. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Soledad hereby proclaims the week of May 3rd through May 9th, 2026 as Public Service Recognition Week. We encourage all community members to join us in acknowledging public sector employees' dedication to ensure that our city and our communities continue to run smoothly. And thank you so much, guys. You guys are incredible. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So I know we had a public employees luncheon this afternoon, but if we can just have everyone that is here with us, that is one of our public employees, if you can stand up so we can just give you a big round of applause and thank you for your service. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Okay. Okay, so now we will move on to our next proclamation, a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May 11th. So it's a busy month, May 11th through the 16th as National Police Week. And I will turn it over to Councilmember Caldera.
Okay. Making a little correction there. May 11th through May 17th, 2026 is National Police Week. Whereas law enforcement officers across the nation dedicate their lives to safeguarding our communities, upholding the law, and ensuring the safety and security of all citizens. And whereas these brave officers face daily challenges and risk in the line of duty, demonstrating courage, professionalism, and selflessness in their service to others. And whereas National Police Week provides an opportunity for all Americans to express gratitude and appreciation for the tireless efforts and sacrifices made by the law enforcement officers, as well as to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in the line of duty. And whereas the dedication and commitment of the Soledad Police Department contribute significantly to the preservation of peace, justice, and the rule of law, thereby enriching the fabric of our society. And whereas the Soledad Police Department continues its tireless effort to engage the community through pop-up events, community engagement, and community partnerships. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that the Council of City of Soledad hereby proclaims the week of May 11th through May 17th, 2026 as National Police Week. We encourage all community members to join us in acknowledging the vital role that the Soledad Police Department plays in our community. Let us express our heartfelt appreciation for keeping our community safe and thriving. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Soledad PD. And if you see the officers out there, you can get them a Starbucks gift card or something. Thank you all.
Chief, and we'll ask you to come to the podium if you want to share a few words.
So from myself and my police department, we're humbled to work for such a great city. I can tell you that in the short time that I've been here, it's been a blessing. Mayor, council member team, we have solid support, and that's the biggest thing that we need from our city is to have the support that we do have. The officers work tirelessly throughout the 24-hour period that we're here. And we do that because that's what we want as a profession. We know what we signed up for. We know what we're getting into, and we're blessed to be here for you. And we thank you for acknowledging us today on the Unity. I challenge everybody during that week to put a blue light out on your porch to signify Police Week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So that's a challenge, Soledad. Okay, thank you. So our last proclamation is a proclamation of the City Council of the City of Soledad proclaiming May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Month. And that will be proclamation will be published in our website, so you can read that proclamation. But in Soledad, as we are an inclusive city, and we pride ourselves in that, it's important for us to support and uplift every culture and every heritage that we have here in our city. So with that, that is our final proclamation. And we're going to pause for a bit so we can give out the proclamations that we have with us and that we can take some photos as well. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. So we'll reconvene. Thank you for the patience as we celebrated a lot of proclamations today. So thank you. So we'll reconvene for our consent items. So we'll move on to our next item on our agenda. Sorry. Now we're going into our youth council report before we go into our consent calendar. So we'll have Soledad Youth Council and we'll have our program updates and safety initiatives. So we have Cindy, Giovanni, and we have Marilyn here with us for our council report. So I'll turn the floor over to them.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. It's great to see all you again. As you may know already, my name is Cindy and I'm accompanied by my fellow youth commissioners.
Giovanni.
And Marilyn Ramirez.
And as many of you may know, we are rapidly approaching the end of our youth council's cohort. Despite the roadblocks we've experienced, we are proud to provide an update on the progress we've made over the last month. Most notably, we are excited to share that our mini outreach event, the Safer Streets Sidewalk Painting event, was a great success. On Saturday, April 4th, we brought our vision to life in front of San Vicente Elementary School. The goal of this project was to educate our community on the importance of recognizing and understanding street signs both on and off the road in a way that is engaging for all ages. The design featured traffic symbols, short educational phrases, and classic children's games, all with a fun, interactive youth council twist. While the painting itself took approximately 5 hours to complete, it represents weeks of planning, collaboration, and problem solving behind the scenes. This has been one of our most ambitious projects to date, and we are incredibly proud of the outcome. It was especially rewarding to see our community members interacting and enjoying the space after our design was complete. We would also like to extend our sincerest gratitude to TAMC for providing the tools, equipment, and guidance that made this project possible. Their support played a key role in turning our vision into reality, and we hope you got a chance to see it before the rain sadly washed it away.
As part of our continued commitment to youth engagement and community safety, the Youth Commissioners, in collaboration with the Victims Assistant Advocate Caitlin and the Soledad Police Department, proudly brought our vision of creating a street safety awareness video to life. On April 30th, this project was developed to educate and encourage safe driving practices among the residents of Soledad, while strengthening the connection between the local law enforcement and the community. Eric Mobile from Community Engagement is finishing up the editing process and will be uploading it on our social media on May 15th. The video will serve as an educational resource aimed at fostering a safer and more informed community for the residents of Soledad.
We are incredibly proud of the dedication and collaboration shown by all youth councils for the South County Youth Summit held on May 2nd, where we held multiple informative workshops, one of which being ours, the resume building workshop. Our facilitator, Dina from Harnell, helped students recognize and highlight skills and traits they already have, allowing them to better communicate their strengths to potential employers beyond just a diploma. The workshop also introduced participants to resources and opportunities connected to their interests, supporting their future academic and career goals. With work and dedication made, this event was meaningful for all involved, and we look forward to continuing the support with all the neighboring councils and cities. Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for all the work that you guys have been doing. I want to just say on the on your project for the painting on San Vicente. So that the video was highlighted during the TAMZ Board of Directors meeting. So they all got to see that as well. So that was a highlight to be able to see you guys. So that was awesome. So any of the council, is there any questions?
No, not questions.
Okay.
Comments, yes.
Okay. Into any comments then. Okay, let me start here and then I'll work that way. And then next time I'll go this way and then I'll go that way. So it could be equitable.
Youth Council, thank you so much for all that you do and advocating for your generation. You know, I had the privilege in seeing you guys spotlight, you know, not just in the San Vicente project, but also, you know, the Youth Summit, and you guys and the other youth commissioners from all the cities partnering up, and I pray that we have King City join us next year, the Youth Summit. But that would be great because that is representing South County, not only us three, but four, and that would be King City. But it's just amazing that you guys are just in charge doing it and, speaking life into your fellow students. So I want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I always hear people saying that you guys are our future, and I disagree. I think you guys are our present, and everything that you guys do reflects what we do. So we have to keep our standards higher so that you guys can have a role model, and you yourselves become a role model. So I want to thank you because you have a powerful impact in our youth. And I want you to know that you have our full support in anything that you can accomplish. I heard that there is a meeting about safer routes to school. Somebody was telling me about, and I said that it is important that your opinion be counted for this. So hopefully they contact you guys and can get you involved in that program. Okay, thanks.
Once again, I just want to say thank you all for all the great work you've done. It's greatly appreciated. I just want you to go back home and thank your parents for raising a great group of young people here. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to make a couple of comments, but also on anything that we do moving forward, because I know that we have the Safe Routes to School initiative, and we also have the Vision Zero initiative that the council adopted during the last council meeting, which are both part of TAMZ's initiatives as well. And it's a regional initiative, right? And so I think anything that moves forward with those, whatever partners the city is involved with that. So I think it's important to be able to have the collaboration and that we don't miss out on the opportunities to ensure that you guys are part of it. The city's a part of it. The school district is part of it because it has to be part of that, but that we really work collaboratively so we don't lose that piece. As Councilmember Cabrera said, we need to be working in collaboration. So I want to make sure that I stress that as a council that we need to be working in collaboration with those initiatives, and that those pieces that you guys already helped to build don't get left out, and that continues to build. And I just want to say, being there at the Youth Summit for me was, it was really inspiring. And it brought me back to when I started the council back in 2016. And one of the big initiatives for me, and one of the big goals was to ensure that we had a youth perspective and we had the youth voices, and being there, seeing Gonzales and what they're doing, what they've done, looking at what Greenfield, they started their youth council, and looking at what you guys have done for Soledad. It's been really inspiring. And I think for me, it was just, a testament of why it was so important, at least for me, growing up here in Soledad, where I never felt that our voices were represented, that it was important, for me at that time as a councilwoman to ensure that we had the youth voices represented. So I'm proud to be there, standing with you guys, seeing, all the youth from the different South County communities. Yes, we don't have King City, but I think what you guys have brought is really critical, and hopefully that motivates other cities to continue to do that. And I just want to say, as you guys continue your journey, I know, Gio, you're graduating this year, right? And Cindy, you are as well. So, we wish you well. And I know that your journey hopefully will bring you back, to Soledad someday. But you guys have done amazing and created a big footprint in our city. So thank you so much for that. Thank you for your leadership. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll see you before you graduate.
May 20th.
May 20th.
May 20th, we will be back here at City Council to present our Safer Streets, Safer Futures presentation with you all and share all the information that we've collected. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, so with that, we will move into now our consent calendar. So we have a lot of items on our consent calendar. So we have 14 items on our consent calendar for today. So let me start with any members of the public on our consent calendar. If there's any members of the public here that wish to pull an item from the consent calendar for discussion. And so if you want to pull an item,
I'd like to pull the calendar, consent calendar for number 13.
for number 13, okay.
Yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Let me pull number
want it?
13.
Sure.
Yeah. Number 13.
Okay. Anyone else from the public wish to pull another item from the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, let me see if there's anyone from anyone that's joining us remotely. No? No. Okay, thank you. So let me see, let me bring it to the council then. Council, is there anyone that wants to pull any items from our consent calendar for discussion? Okay. I'm looking at mine, so let me just make sure I don't have any. Okay, so seeing there's none, then council, I will ask for approval of consent calendar items C1 to C14 with exclusion of C13.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Councilwoman Bañuelos, a second. Okay, then we have a motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. So I will move it now. Sorry, I will turn it over. Excuse me. Yeah.
Mayor, before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and recuse myself for consent item number 13 because Liberty Chapel is my church.
Oh,
Okay.
but,
Hold on, okay.
Yeah.
oh, okay, okay. Okay, thank you for making that note, Councilwoman. Okay, so then with that, we will then take public comment on item number 13. So
Amen. I pray in Jesus' name that He opens your hearts to our request and our plea. We're Victory Outreach Solid Church, and every year we have our firework booth. This year we put our application late, for we had crisis going on within our household and within our church. Amen. And our church is here put by God. Amen. For we reach out to the community, to the youth, and the men that are out there lost and bounded that believe they don't have no hope, but there's always hope in Jesus Christ. And that's what we've been called for. And every year we have our firework booth, but this year, like I said, we missed it, not on purpose, but accidentally. Amen. Because like I said, we have my father-in-law sick and we were taking care of him. Amen. And I just plead the money we make from this firework booth does not go to me and my wife. It goes back into the church and to our community. We make flyers and we make, we reach out to the youth, touch the young kids to try our best to pull them away from the lifestyle that I grew up in, amen, and let them know there's hope and other things, amen. And that's the reason we are calling our firework. Our provider is God, but God opens doors, and there's a door He has opened for us to help continue to preach, the gospel of Jesus Christ and continue to reach out to the community and open up our Victory Outreach Recovery Home for Men. We had it because I'm a product of the home, and I went to the home 18 years ago. I was a drug addict, and through that home, God touched my heart. And ever since then, I've been set free. I've been walking and serving the Lord, and now I'm the pastor of the church that He sent me to. And I got a associate degree in theology, and I've never had a degree in my life, only because of God. And that's how we need this firework booth. It's important not only to us, but for us to give back to the community. And that's what our plea is. And I'll hand it over to my wife.
It was my fault. We missed the deadline. Last year we were blessed. Someone had told us to come and pick up the packet, and I automatically thought the same. And I realized that we didn't get a phone call or anything. So I came in to ask, and they said, you just missed it a few days ago. So it's my fault. I thought for some reason it was May. Like my husband said, there's a lot of things that have been going on. No excuse, we missed it, but we're asking if you would make an exception. And so with that being said, I had looked it up and
I apologize.
have
So
something in-
I'm just gonna note that we are over, so we have 3 minutes for public comments. And so, yeah, I apologize. I just want to make note because I know that we want to make fair, we want to be fair for everyone that we
That's fine.
have 3 minutes public comments, but if you just want to make, I want to allow you just time to just close out, make your final comment.
Okay, in 2017, the city of Soledad, California, there was, based on previous actions, there is a narrow precedent for late fireworks permit application, but it requires direct council approval. It says in 2017, the Soledad City Council allowed a late application for a firework booth to be approved despite it being submitted 5 days after the deadline. I'm just asking for an exception, a consideration, you know, for mercy and forgiveness. It was my fault and it's a heavy burden. And I don't want the church to have to pay for that from my mistake. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. So Megan, can we have then on this item, can we have a report in regards to, I know we have an ordinance, obviously there's rules and regulations that are pretty clear in regards to that. So can we just have staff kind of go through that, please?
Good afternoon, Council. Ariana Moraz, Senior Planner with the City of Soledad. Community and Economic Development intakes all applications for firework permits. The application season starts March 15th through April 15th, and that's through our ordinance as well under Chapter 8. As well, the deadline for all applications being April 15th, and it specifically says no exceptions for late applications. Back in 2009, I believe, the city council through a resolution approved a maximum number of applications to be 5. And, you know, it reinforced the ordinance that was adopted previously about the 5 applicants and no late applications. So this year there was only 3 applications that came forward through our counter, and we screened all of them for all the requirements per Chapter 8 for the firework permit ordinance. And the 3 applications are provided in the staff report of those who are qualified nonprofit organizations. 2 of them are recurring organizations, which is Liberty Chapel and Soledad Lions Club. The new one is the Soledad Chambers, and they're a new applicant. Therefore, there was less requirements for them. For previous applications, they have to provide a report of how they received the funds from their firework permit and prove that they were doing community outreach throughout the entire year. So that was the reason why some applications look different. Ultimately, the process is set by ordinance in our code, and every year we do our best to provide that information for those that come in and reach out for those firework permits. And we give them the deadline between March 15th and April 15th. But if there's additional questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Good afternoon, Council and the public. I'm Beatriz Trujillo, the Community and Economic Development Director. And I just want to point out that because this is set through an ordinance, it's not as easy to flex the deadline. If we wanted to flex the deadline, we will have to amend an ordinance, which requires at least 2 public hearings. So that means that we will be having to amend our code in order to make an exception to extend the deadline. So if it was something easier and more flexible, if it was an administrative deadline, that's something that we can work with. But this is set within our code and an ordinance, and that's a longer process to amend.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me open it up then to if there's any questions from the council. So I don't think on this, Mike, we have to open it. Do we have to open it for public comments? We did already public comments. Okay. So council, I'm going to start with Councilmember Caldera, and then I'll start with Councilmember Cabrera. Councilmember Caldera, do you have any questions?
Just a comment. I believe we're all held at the same standards, but I also believe that we need to extend our hand of grace and, like they said, mercy. I'm open for any for the rest of the council to kind of not negotiate, but reach some kind of medium here.
Okay. I would like to for you guys to address the precedent that the lady brought to us, because if there is a precedent, she mentioned a couple of them. So if there's a precedent, we should look into that precedent. What the conditions, and maybe we could help them, because we also have to consider that they are doing something for our community. So could we review those precedents?
I'm not familiar with the 2017 precedent about having late applications. That's the first time I've heard about it. But in terms of notifying them last year, that there was different personnel handling those applications than we do have now. Therefore, it wasn't a requirement to notify them, because ultimately anyone can apply, being a nonprofit organization, and it's open for the entire community. And by doing that notification to specific groups, it kind of, sets a precedent that you're only outreaching to certain groups itself. Therefore, this year, the direction was not to do so, because it's a responsibility of the organization to apply through the deadline, especially, having previous applications with the firework permits.
And through the chair, if I might add, I'm looking at the ordinance. The ordinance was amended in 2019, which may have been as a result of the late application where the exception was made. I wasn't here, but that
would make sense.
The fact that the ordinance is so specific and says no late applications, and Mike probably has more of the history and can share, makes me, recognize that means in the past, we've had people be late, and it's been very challenging because council is then put in the awkward position of having to determine whose application could be accepted and who's not. But the fact that this is here, since I've been here, we have not made an exception. There is no precedent. It would be very precedent setting for us to ignore our code when our code is that specific. I did make a recommendation that perhaps Victory Outreach could reach out to the other permittees and see if maybe they could help them and share some of the profits. That was one recommendation, but maybe our city attorney can weigh in a little bit more on the deadline.
Yeah. As much as it pains me to say, the deadline was established specifically to address the issue of late applications. We had a history of people missing the deadline and showing up. And then the concern was that in granting exceptions to the deadline, we were showing preference to one group over another group and so forth. And so the idea was to go ahead and establish a hard and fast rule that said if you didn't submit by April 15th, the fact that we added the language specifically that said no exceptions will be was meant to address that issue. And if we make an exception to it, we basically have opened it up and established a precedent that next year somebody could come to us if they missed the deadline and say, well, you granted an exception last year. So, it gives me no pleasure to reach that decision, but it was the decision of the council that adopted that change. to the code.
So just can I finish my comment?
Yeah, so hold on, Councilmember. So, I haven't made my comments, so do you have more comments?
Yeah, but
that you wanna make?
yes, I
Okay,
have,
and then I wanna make my comments as well. Go ahead.
So just to recap, what happened in 2017 or 2018 was because of a series of people bringing their application late, and then in 2019, the council had then made that change to reinforce the what is it called, the deadline.
Right.
And so there is, even if there is a precedent, we cannot use it to support the
It predates the change that
predates
was
that,
made to
okay.
address the issue. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to understand that.
Yeah.
So it's something that we cannot use to justify
Right.
this late submission, right?
Right.
Okay. Thanks.
So, and I just wanted to clarify, it's not as easy as other programs that have a deadline because this is an ordinance. So really, we will be in violation of our own ordinance. It's not that we don't want to be flexible. It's more that if that's a direction that council wants to go and allow the flexibility, then we need to amend our ordinance. Otherwise, we will be violating our own code. That's the struggle here.
Could you explain to them why so that they can understand what it is? So
Sorry, Mayor.
Okay, so let's just make sure that so Councilmember Cabrera, I think it's important, but I think, so we have to have that dialogue here. And then if Beatriz can, the family's here, and then we're gonna have, the deliberation is here with the council, and then I think it's important to be able to reach out to the family if they still have questions, right? I think what we can try to explain as much as we can is why this is, whatever determination the council makes, why this, if it's not going to move, if we're not going to allow it, why we're not going to allow it, and to be able to be really clear as we can. And then if there's still questions, and that Beatriz is available to be able to meet with the family if they need additional information. So that way we're not trying to engage outside of the dais that we're not supposed
through the chair,
Yeah.
I'm not trying for them to engage, but if Beatriz explained to the family outside, it's not going to be documented. So I just want a little bit of explanation so that it's documented and it is within the minutes. That is my purpose.
Well, Beatriz can explain to us why it's not allowed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just want to make the difference between, sometimes we have programs that have a deadline, and that's just a deadline through the program, and that has more flexibility. That can be an administrative remedy, that can be something that we can accommodate a little bit easier. When it's something that it's vetted within our code through an ordinance, that's pretty much saying this is our constitution. This is the laws that we need to follow as a city. So this deadline is set through one of those laws that we have within our constitution, which is our municipal code. If we wanted to make a change, we can, but that process is different. It's not an administrative process that we can just say, okay, now we have a deadline. That requires to do an amendment to our code, and that requires a couple of public hearings. And also we need to notice the attempt to do that amendment through the newspaper. So that requires at least 10 days of noticing to the public that we're gonna have a public hearing. Then we have the first reading. And then after that first reading, we have a second reading. And we also need to notice that, maybe I'm misspeaking here, but the second reading, we also have to notice it for 10 days. So it's a process that can be done. I'm not saying that it's an impossible process. We have a path if we want to go in that direction. It's a long process, and it probably won't fit this period. We wouldn't be able to make it before because really, I'm assuming that the family here wants to sell the fireworks in anytime now, right? So it wouldn't accommodate this year if we wanted to amend our ordinance.
And I'll add a little bit to that. So the application for phantom fireworks are usually due towards the end of May or mid to end of May. Therefore, that's why our ordinance also specifically says that these applications should be taken to council for review and approval at the first meeting in May, so that they get a chance to fulfill and complete all the requirements, especially when they're using a public property that they need permission from the city in terms of Liberty Chapel, right? So they need permission from us first to go and sign off for the firework sales, and then the firework sales will only be strictly allowed towards the end of June and July 4th. So there is a process and a timeline that is important to also understand in terms of also making those code requirements.
Information. So in order for us to be able to accept that application, we will have to initiate a process that will take at least 2 months.
Yes.
To complete. And by that time, 4th of July will be passed. So we will
Yeah.
have time to even consider that.
Correct.
Through the chair, the one other thing I wanted to mention is that we did have some other people interested who may have applied but knew about the deadline. So we also have to consider that, this applicant came here and is, asking for an exception, but that would also not be fair to others who were turned away. So just want to make sure that's clear too.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you, Megan. Thank you for that. And thank you also for explaining the timeline that, and the process, that wouldn't meet the timeline either way. But I think for me, I just want to say, I know that we establish laws, and I know it's really difficult. And I'll just say, I know one of the things that at least we've tried to, and I'll speak for me, I won't speak for the rest of the council, but really trying to establish a process where we are really trying to be rooted in fairness and equitability. And I don't know what happened in 2017, but I know how when we open it up and we set a precedent, it becomes really difficult to then go back and try to stop that from happening when we can't justify why we allowed for one person or one entity and then we don't allow it for others. So I know local government sometimes gets deemed a lot for different reasons, but I think we've really tried for this council to be fair, to be equitable, and to really put in processes that, are clear and that are established so that way they're fair for everyone, right? And no one feels like they've been treated unjustly or unfairly, and that the laws apply to everyone regardless. And especially when it's, or an ordinance, which is different than just, a different process, a policy, right? And it's something that we can't really just amend, because if we open it up, then it's just a justification of why we're going to amend it. And if we continue to amend our laws in our constitution, then it just kind of, creates a lot of havoc also within our established rules of law for our city. And although I just want to say thank you, I think the extension of grace is really important, but I think in this situation, it's just really critical. One is, it takes a long time, and it is part of our code and our laws that it's hard to change, and we want to be fair and equitable and do the right thing as well. But also on the other end, as you heard tonight, even if there was any consideration, it's not going to meet the timeline either way. So I think with that, council, I think we can make a determination if we want to move forward with, do we have to make a, we have to make a motion then if we want to go ahead. If there's no other questions, I will entertain a motion then on this item.
Through the chair, just to clarify, this motion is actually only to approve the three permit applications, not the exception for Victory Mission. That's not part of this item.
Correct.
So,
and it'll only be the approval of the minute motion, which only includes those three applications, correct? Yeah.
So moved. Move that we, I move that we approve C13 with accepting the three applications presented.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so there's a second, there's a motion on the floor. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion carries. So we'll want to call Councilwoman Villarreal back, please. Okay, we'll wait for a few minutes until we get a quorum back. Yeah, we're gonna take a 3-minute break. Thank you. Thank you. So we will continue with our next item. Then it's our item. We're going into our business item. So we have our resolution number 6359, our resolution of the City Council of the City of Soledad approving a contract for construction services with Monterey Peninsula Engineering and the amount of 2.8, can I just say 2.8 million? Plus 5% contingency of 1,444, 271 for a total not to exceed amount of 3,029,693 for the West Street Road Diet and Complete Streets project and authorizing the city manager to execute said contract on behalf of the City of Soledad. I will turn it over to Alex Ramos for a presentation.
Well, experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, so just be right back. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Alex Ramos, Engineering Project Manager here with the City of Soledad, and I'm happy to be here tonight to talk to you guys about this wonderful multimodal, which is a fancy word of saying a holistic project for the West Street Road Diet, and essentially getting the consideration and approval from council for the construction services with MPE. So as you guys may remember, the city actually submitted an application way back in 2023 for the West Street Road Diet and Complete Streets project. I'm just going to call it West Street project because that's a mouthful. Back in 2023, a notification of funding opportunity presented itself through the Regional Service Transportation Program competitive grant that TAMSI typically offers all jurisdictions. We had identified this project through the city's local roadway safety plan that was adopted in December of 2022 and essentially identified it as a priority safety improvement project that would address a lot of issues in terms of safety throughout the city. Like I mentioned, this project is a multimodal project. And like I said, fancy way of saying it not only looks at the streets, it looks at sidewalks, it looks at pedestrians, it looks at public transit, it looks at all various forms of getting around the town. So with that being said, this project aimed to address roadway reconstruction. It proposed to implement a road diet. Thank you, Dave. Along West Street, it was meant to reduce the current 4-lane structure down to 2 lanes, one in each direction. Proposed improvements included buffered bike lanes, pedestrian facility enhancements, traffic calming measures, landscape medians, crosswalk improvements, and pavement rehab. It was a do-all project, if you will. The city received great news in August 31st, 2023, that the city was awarded from TAMSI the full amount with no match, and that's all $2.7 million. The city then went on to have a lengthy selection process for the consultant and finish off prior project commitments. On March 6, 2024, the city council approved a consultant services agreement with M&S for the design and construction management services in the amount not to exceed $856,075. During the design phase, we received further notice of funding opportunities through TAMSI for the 2025 mid-cycle RSCP competitive grant, where we said, you know what, we can do a whole lot more with this project if we just had a little bit more money and really amp it up. So the city submitted a supplemental application in July of 2025, where we later received news in September that we were awarded an additional $882,480 in RSCP funding. So we had the money, we had the scope, and we had so much opportunity to really enhance this corridor. And the slides that you guys have before you tonight, and apologies that I wasn't able to provide these sooner, but I'd like to direct your attention to the slides. This is the current project limits of West Street. Right now, we're looking at the corridor between Front Street and Gabland, that whole entire section that leads us from the main downtown area all the way up to where the Soledad High School is at. As you'll notice in the second sheet here, we have a lot of the proposed concrete improvements and a lot of the just overall upgrades along this corridor. We are addressing deficient sidewalks, driveway approaches, ADA access ramps. We're looking at redoing the whole street because this part of West Street is heavily trafficked. We have truck routes. We have just overall traffic flowing through here trying to get to the rest of the city. It's one of our bigger collectors / arterials, and it's highly used. So we really want to emphasize addressing all deficient areas. The next slide here is a little bit busy, so bear with me as I walk and navigate through this slide. So one of the cool things about this project is we were looking at all sorts of traffic calming measures and control devices and really looking at what we can do to better this corridor. One of the things as part of this project, it's a little hard to tell, but if I can, okay, great. This cursor is kind of highlighting this area on the left-hand picture here. That little gray box there, that's a speed table. It's not necessarily a speed bump. It does a lot more for the city. It really slows down traffic to a point where when you're going over this speed bump, you just can't floor it over it. You have to slow down. And that's really the goal. Not only that, we have proposed our upgraded striping. We're addressing the visibility concerns in AB 413. You can see a lot of the buffered bike lanes, the striping that goes along with that, center island refugee there at the median. And of course, we're going to have all sorts of signage and wonderful things to look at and catch people's attention to make sure they're driving safely along the corridor. On that same note, another intersection, it's further south. In this case, it's at the intersection of North and West. We're also proposing a new crosswalk. We're proposing this crosswalk with RRFBs, and this is simply made to help facilitate a lot of the pedestrian traffic across the street. Because when we noticed during this design and during the outreach efforts of safe routes to school, is kids don't have the ability to cross at any point between North and Gavilan. You don't have a crosswalk. So one of the key things that we wanted to incorporate was an opportunity to, if you can't cross at Market, you can cross here at North. You can cross somewhere between North and Gavilan, just giving them the opportunity to safely cross the street. And here's what we're looking at this intersection here. Next, but not last per se, but one of the things that this project allowed us to do was beautify the corridor. We as engineers have the tendency to just focus on concrete and not the beautification process. And we do apologize. It's just in our nature. It's how we are. But one of the things that this project allowed us to do was look at increasing the landscape and just the visual aspects of this project. We have a lot of these planting plans outlined in the plans here for West Street. It mimics a lot of the things we saw on the Front Street improvement plans that we are scheduled to release here pretty soon. And we're looking at using a lot of native plantings here in California. So they're established and they survive, some of the conditions we have here. As part of the additional funding, we're not only looking at just concrete improvements and safety improvements, we're also looking at one of the things that's been a challenge here at the city for a long time, which is just lighting upgrades. This corridor, we noticed that there was deficient areas of lighting. There was dark spots, and we said we have the funding. We can go ahead and address this as part of this project. And we've essentially outlined areas and included street light installs here. So kind of what we saw on Miranda Road for Front Street, we'll be doing the same here. So that's the end of my slides. Back to the staff report here. So with that being said, with these design plans, the additional funding, we went ahead and the city solicited formal bids for the West Street Road Diet and Complete Streets project that was put out on March 3rd, 2026. We received bids on April 14, 2026, and we received a total of 5 bids, MPE being the lowest at $2.8 or $2.9 million. We actually received this, the engineer's estimate came in at 2.6, so it was about 10% above the original engineer's estimate, but within reasonable range. We expected to see some fluctuation considering the current market, but it's well within what we would normally see on these type of construction projects. So staff is recommending that the city council consider and approve the construction services agreement with MPE for the total amount of $3,029,693. That includes a 5% contingency. And the way we're going to fund this project is all through the grant funding, but we're also recommending and proposing that we use SB1 to supplement the remaining amount and the construction contingency. We're slightly shy of being able to fully fund this through the grant funding, but SB1 funding is there. It's what this is meant to be used for. And if council is willing to approve that, we will include it in the next council meetings submittal, or I'm sorry, not the next council meeting, the council meeting after that for the SB1 submittal projects list that we typically bring every year. So with all that being said, that concludes my presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions or comments regarding this item.
Thank you, Alex. Let me take it out to the public before I bring it back to the council. So any members of the public that are joining us here, any comments or questions for Alex on his presentation? Okay, seeing none, then let me take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom. Any questions or comments for Alex? Okay, seeing none, then I will bring it back to the council, and let me start. I started with Councilmember Caldera the last time. Let's start with Councilwoman Bañuelos. Let me start with, sorry, because I started with you. Apologize. So let me start with Councilwoman Bañuelos. Apologize for that.
You look like a girl. Alex, thank you for the presentation. So can you repeat what you had mentioned in regards to where this money is coming from?
Of course.
Again, please.
Yeah, of course. So the original application in 2023 was for the 2023 Regional Service Transportation Program grant. That's the original RCP application that funded this project and design. We later received notice that in 2025, there was leftover money that TAMZ had in reserves that essentially allowed us to then submit in a supplemental application for an additional $880,000 worth of additional improvements, and we were successfully able to get both. So we had a lot of project money to do a lot of great things for this project.
Okay, and then also we have been working again, I need to repeat this again
Sure.
please, for the public. It's 2023, working with TAMZ. And then also we were able to get a supplemental for the additional funding, correct?
Correct.
So I just wanted to stress that because, you know, we need to help with our residents where these funds are coming from, because of course, the concern of taxes and all that. So, but another thing too is I'm glad that we're up to, I was gonna ask you about the question about lighting, because the question on lighting is, we are gonna have, you said the same models as on Front Street, correct?
Correct. Streetlight standards are pretty uniform here in the city. They're all Cobra heads. They're Cree lighting. It's our, standard to go to. They're true and tried, and we wouldn't want to deviate from that.
Yeah, and that's a great idea because, again, I do see a lot of our residents use that, jogging, walking the dog, the bikes, and all that. So it's going to be great, and it's part of our strategic plan as well. So thank you again. One other thing is the flowers. Do we have installments of watering the flowers, or they're not going to be? That's just my concern about the water.
Of course.
The water availability for these plants. That's another thing, but I just gonna throw it out there. Another thing is, I know that is very busy in regards to traffic, everyone going to work, back forth. I know that we'll probably see it in the future for another ramp and, entering and exiting, but I think that's it. So those are in my no other questions.
If I just may answer Councilmember Manuel's comment about irrigation. Irrigation is scheduled to be included in this project, so we will have sufficient water to irrigate that landscape median.
Recycled water, right?
No, potable water this time.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
but if there is an opportunity in the future to get that, irrigated, we can definitely look at that. But as of now, it's potable water.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Cabrera.
Yes, could you put the first image, this one that is?
Sure.
Would you be able to kind of move it?
Awkwardly, yes, but I was gonna say
so that we can see the way that the street goes.
Right.
And if not, so
that's a little awkward, but We'll get
I
there.
think, yeah, it's fine. Go back. So,
Okay. No
yeah, so
worries.
just click on back.
Mhm.
But zoom a little bit where the cross for the people.
Mhm.
So we're gonna put a cross from one side to the other one, right?
Correct.
Could you zoom in on the street is?
Yeah, so we have two proposed crosswalks
Mhm.
between the section of on West Street from north to Gavilan. So the first one is right where this little 303 number is shown on this map. That's to provide an opportunity for students to cross here as opposed to at the very intersection. The other location, it's gonna be a little bit of a challenge here, but it's but it's right next to north here. So it's on the south side. If you take, Miramonte as your true north, it's
Mhm.
on the south leg here of North Street, and it's going across here as well because once again, there's no intersection here to allow for safe crossing. So we're installing RFBs and high visibility crosswalks.
So this project has been in the going for 3 years, maybe almost 4.
It's been in development for like 2 years.
Yes. So the first time that I saw this map, I suggested that from my personal belief is that those two cross don't make sense to me, because the kids that come from high school, they come on the side of the apartments. So anybody crossing from the other side to the side of the apartments, it will have to be somebody that comes actually from the houses right there. And even then, in the first one, there's a way inside the apartment, the houses. But in the last time that we see it, even with the public, many people suggested that it should probably be better in north, I think it is, because we already have even north or on Market Street, so that we can have, because all the people that come from the high school will not come all the way through west to cross to the apartments when they can cross right in front of the high school. So see, I don't see a reason why somebody will walk on the other side to walk about half a mile to cross to the other side when they can go straight from the high school. See what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the high school, when you come out of the high school, you can go through that street straight. You don't have to go around and walk this way. So from my perspective, I don't see a clear reason why we have to put it right there. So for me, it makes more sense towards Market or what is the other one? North.
North. Yeah.
So that the people that come from the east side, because there's people coming from the side of the pizza, don't cross right away, but they can cross on north.
Right.
That is just my only question and suggestion. But I thought that we had agreed in the last meeting that it was going to be closer to the North Street.
So we do have the one at North, and just so I'm understanding your question correctly, your question is regarding why the placement at the one at Sundew, correct?
Yes.
Okay. We noticed for whatever reason, students wanting to cross at that intersection. For what purpose? I'm not entirely sure. It's just what we observed when we were doing the development of this project. So we included that. There is a speed table here, which is typically a good opportunity to introduce crosswalks. It's a safe means of getting across at this point. We do just happen to see the students crossing here, so it made sense when we're making the plans and implementing it then and there.
Okay.
Through the chair, I think, sorry, I'm getting used to the microphones. I think it's important to note that we designed this out. There was a lot of input, and as Alex mentioned, we did a lot of engineering work to kind of get to this point. And now we have 100% drawings, which we then used for bidding the project out. There may be some pivots that we can make, but most of it is locked down. It's pretty complicated too, because we're also projecting some of the growth for the future Miramonte. And so sometimes things seem a little counterintuitive, but, traffic engineers kind of look at it. There's always opportunities after construction if we have to make adjustments for operations because there are future challenges, as I think did with Orchard. I believe there was a change that we made on some of the stop signs. We can also take a look at that. And I don't know if Don wanted to add anything.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. Don Wilcox, Public Works Director. So Councilmember Cabrera, I understand your comment. A little background, I've been working on this project since actually 2022. When we got into detailed design, Alex, myself, and TMC, the design team, walked the whole corridor, took some of the outreach comments, looked at as City Manager Megan mentioned, Miramonte future, everything into consideration. And that's how we kind of landed at the speed table crosswalk with flashing lights locations. We have people crossing the street right across from the sidewalk or the high school right now without a crosswalk. We're looking at that issue, but mostly just trying, as Alex mentioned, to put in two safe places to cross West Street. We would be happy to sit down and talk with you. I mean, as Megan mentioned, if we have to change this, it's going to be by change order, but we'd be happy to sit down with you and go over how we landed on the locations we did.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that. This is like the fourth meeting that I in which we presented that, and it's the same comment that I made in the last meeting that we had with the public. Even some of the public made that comment as well. So I was assuming that we already made that. I understand that at this point there is nothing that we can do. I do understand, believe me, and I know that there's things that we cannot change. But I think that we have to come up with that is pretty good reason, just the crossing of the people, right? But from my perspective, and this is the same thing that I comment in all those meetings since the first time that I heard this plan, this project. So we're gonna build 2,600 houses north, and Soledad only has 3 major streets that will come out from that. One of them is west, and is the only one, the only street that has 2 ways going and 2-way coming. And we're gonna cut half of it on Gavilan to front because that's gonna speed up something. That's what they said the first meeting that we have.
It's a safety issue.
Yes,
the whole
it's a safety
project
issue.
is a safety issue.
But from my perspective, if you only have now we only are gonna have 3 streets, major streets with 1 way each way.
Correct.
So for 10,000 people, I don't think, at least for me, it doesn't make sense for the future. Because in 10 years, can I please finish? For the future, we're going to see the same thing. That's what the people probably thought back in the 60s when they said Soledad will be okay with only 2 exits. And that's I understand that at this point we cannot change anything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just expressing something that I saw. I know that we cannot change. I accept that, but I'm just making my comment. Okay. Thank you so much.
Just a quick summary response is, we're going from 4-lane to 2-lane. That roadway is not wide enough for 4 lanes safely. That's why we're doing a complete streets safety project.
Yes.
It's going to slow people down. It's going to back up traffic. It's not going to be as quick, but it's going to be safer.
Thank you for your response, Don. So thank you. Okay. So, Councilmember Caldera.
Okay. You know what, even though Councilmember Cabrera has really good valid points, it's on. I believe what we're doing, I don't know if we're trying to speed up the traffic or slow it down.
Slow it down.
And by doing that. So now have we even thought about doing, I thought I heard you say something about a speed bump or some similar to a speed bump or something to slow it down?
Correct. Speed table. A little bit more involved than a speed bump. What we've
A
seen.
little bit wider?
Yes.
Okay.
So it almost looks like a little small levee, if you will. It'll have an approach. It'll plateau for a bit, and then it'll bring back down. But there's no way to speed right through it like a traditional speed bump, where I've seen folks not even slow down; they just overtake them.
So is that something like the fire trucks and police units can go through it and not harm
Correct.
the vehicles?
Correct. We did run this by Jason, the fire chief, and the new ladder truck. So we did account for those things, and it is.
Can we
safely-
put that all over the city?
What's that?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
No, I mean, yeah, and now the visibility of the crosswalks, you said they're going to be lit, right, with the flashing lights, similar to
Correct. If
the
I
ones
can.
we have in place already and other places. Or?
Correct. This picture here on the left hand side, that those are rapid flashing beacons. When you hit the button and they start flashing at you at a distance, you can see them from a greater distance, right? Especially at night. It's meant to give the pedestrian that safety that, hey, I'm here, I'm crossing, and I can get across the street safely.
Okay. Thank you so much, Alex.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Alex. Yeah, obviously it's been in the works for a while, and I know there's been a lot of comments on it. I think for me, I know that it's once it gets in the works, there obviously is going to be a lot of concerns.
Mhm.
I think it's really important to be able to do as much education to our residents about why the change from 4 to 2 lanes, and really explain. I'm not an engineer, and I don't plan to be, but why this is a better option. Because obviously with some of the impacts and looking out into the future, if you're going from 4 lanes to 2, we have the logic is that we should probably go to 6, right, instead of reducing it. So I think it's really critical to be able to explain why we're doing this. And I get the safety portion of it. I think now that we've adopted, the 2 plans with the Safe Routes to School and the Vision Zero, I think that all ties in really critical. And I think the data points that we have in terms of the collisions that we've had, the pedestrian, incidents, and I drive through that. That's my corridor to come in and out. And I see that it's you don't have a lot of the speed bumps or the stops and stuff. So people, go by quickly. Yeah, because there is none of that. But it is, it is going to reduce it instead of giving more lanes to people. So I think for me is, it's imperative that we really have an educational component to this and looking how we're going to roll that out as we're doing this, because that is going to be really critical, and that we really maintain a continuous kind of educational phase to that, because you're going to have a lot of unhappy residents when this moves forward, and being able to also identify those areas where why some of these components were added in terms of some of the areas where we're putting in the crosswalks or other areas. I think it's going to be really important also to identify why those, obviously you guys did the counts, you guys went out there. I mean, I think for us, we can say, hey, well, this is what we thought, but identifying, hey, this is where the counts were done. This is where we saw that that was needed. And here's, how this was identified.
Right.
And then the day of times, I think a lot for us, because we're not out there all the time and we don't do the traffic counts, but saying, hey, these were the time of days when we saw that these were the heavy traffic times, pedestrians, traffics and stuff. And I think that gives our residents also, more awareness in terms of like, hey, this is a heavy time where we really see that there's this need for these kind of like, speed tables or whatever to be able to work, right? And
Right.
having more of that awareness around safety, I think it's going to be really important, especially as we continue to grow out and have more. Alex, I do have a question in terms of the plants and not so much what the natives are, all of what's going to be there, but I think it's something that we need to think about, especially as we're looking at budget for the future. is, all of this, and even in the Front Street area, that's all gonna require maintenance, so it's looking at where we're gonna get that budget from. I know, we have some of the funding now, but where are we setting aside some of those maintenance dollars to be able to ensure that, once we plant them, that 2 years out, we don't have dead bushes out there and then it looks awful, right? But
Yes.
making sure that is that included in the CIP budget? Is that going to be included where, right? So I think as we're looking at the CIP budget is, hey, let's factor in some of the maintenance in there so that way it doesn't get, lost 2 years from now. And that gets, that we have that. And then I have another question in terms of the SB1 funds. So I know that we had already identified, and you're going to bring it back. So I think that could be a budget discussion later, but on the SB1 funds, I know that we've already had identified CIP projects that we that we approved last year as part of the budget project, that we had the 3-year or 5-year CIPs. So 5-year CIP budget. So did we allocate any of those future SB1 funds to any of those projects?
We did.
So are we taking away from some of those other ones? And
No, by no means. The reason why we suggested SB1 was because there's sufficient funding in that funding source. We've put a heavy tax on Measure X, right? We did the Front Street project. We're doing the Front Street landscape project, and Measure X dollars are diminishing. There's still funding to do the projects, of course, but we'd like to ease off the gas pedal on Measure X and now start using our SB1 funds. Like you mentioned, Mayor, there is CIP projects that we did identify. Luckily, in this case, there's a few that we have done already and completed. The last one is, of course, the citywide slurry seal, which you guys approved earlier today with PI and the design services. Thank you so much for that, by the way. But essentially, there will be enough money to continue doing the slurry seal project and, of course, supplementing the funds to complete this project and having that construction contingency.
thank you. And this is just a comment on the last one with, I'm glad that we had more money, but on the poles for the lighting, I think that's really important because on that corridor, there's a lot of people that walk too. So it's important to be able to have that safety features, and the lighting out there is critical. So being able to have that, thank you for adding that component to it as well. So yeah, I think for me, it's just really important, the awareness and making sure that we have that, because it'll be yeah, it'll be some awareness and some education. So thank you. Whoops. With that, then, if there's no additional comments or questions, if we can have a motion to approve resolution number 6359.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second? So I have a second. I have a motion on the floor, first by Councilwoman Banuelos and second by Councilmember Caldera. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you, Council, and thank you so much for all the work on that, Alex. Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Okay, so with that, we'll move on to our final item of business tonight, which is our strategic plan quarterly update for 2026. And I'll turn this over to our city manager, Megan Hunter.
Yeah, and I'm going to come over here. But I did first, I wanted to welcome Jesus Yanez, who has been my partner on this and has really helped herd the cats. And I just can't say enough good things about Jesus. I don't know where we would be without his commitment to this project. And he and I worked on this report together. And he really had a great vision of how to provide this information to the public. So I'm going to have him start off, but I just wanted to acknowledge his contributions to this effort. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, member of the public. My name is Jesus Yanez, management analyst for the finance department. And if there's a guy that's super excited about this project, this guy right here. Been working on this project for a very long time, but very pleased with the outcome. And as you know, when we first started this project, we knew that if we put this on a shelf, it was going to be worthless. Really, the implementation is really key. And that's something that we really strive for. And that's something that we're working. And we're happy to report on our first quarter accomplishments during this meeting. Again, super important is our vision and how the strategic plan aligns to that mission, to that vision, excuse me, as it serves an operational roadmap. It is a living document. I know things might change throughout the years, depending on priorities and availability of resources, but it's super important that we focus on those priorities that directly move our community forward. So it's super important to always keep a vision in mind. And with that, if you remember, there was a big document for a strategic plan that contained various priorities in different buckets. As you remember, our urgent priorities were 1 to 2 years, semi-urgent 2 to 4 years, and then long-term were 5 or plus years. For purposes of this presentation, we're focusing specifically on the urgent items, and trust me, there's plenty of them. Our progress report includes 70 objectives as urgent, and we're happy to report that at least 64% of them are moving forward. 4% have been completed, 60% are on track or in progress, and about 30% haven't been started yet. But there's a lot of tasks in each of these objectives. So some of them have been moving faster than others, but we ask you for your patience on that. But we'll be reporting on a quarterly basis regarding this. And if I remember correctly, we'll be coming back and reporting on the semi-urgent on a semi-annual basis. But at the next presentation and in a couple of months, we'll come back and give you a report on that. With that, I'm going to turn over to Megan so she can give you a couple of highlights and go over the guiding principles.
Thank you, Jesus. And I just want to really thank you, your leadership, and getting, committing to the strategic plan and adopting it, and investing in University of Kansas that helped us put this together. It was it's a lot of love, 100 pages plus that we're working through. But I also just really want to highlight the commitment of our staff and our department directors who, this seemed crazy when we had all these tasks, objectives and tasks, but I have to say, the group really has embraced the strategic plan, and we've been able to start really getting the staff on board and been able to educate them and let them know that this is an opportunity to really get resources around these goals. So we see this as something that will also help them do their jobs better and understand what the priorities are for council. So thank you again to the department directors that are here. And I'm going to highlight a couple of wins, but they're also here to respond if you have any questions about some of the highlights. As council is aware, we organized the strategic plan around our Siempre Soledad general plan initiative. And we have 9 pillars that are within our guiding principles of our general plan. And then we included in the strategic plan one more, a 10th pillar, which is our internal operations. And I'm just going to hit some highlights, but I want to let council know there's a lot of work that we didn't include in the highlights. We just sort of elevated some of the things that really talk to those urgent items or those things that are clearly completed or clearly a priority. But that doesn't mean that there's not other work going on. And that's how Jesus showed you those 70 objectives and the reason why there's 64% are moving forward. But with that said, I'm just going to, within the highlights we provided as a written document, I'm just going to go over a few within that longer document, but we're here to answer any questions based on the report. So with economic development, I can't say enough about our Community and Economic Development Department, which they have two pillars that they're responsible for: economy and housing. And as the council knows, because you're at the grand opening, we opened a new wing stop, which is really big for our community, about bringing more services to the community. That was a big push for council, as having more retail options. So that's what we did this quarter. We also had our El Mercadito grand opening. And one of the reasons why we really highlight this project is because it's really a precursor to the Container Village, which is a very much an urgent thing that we're working on. And we just had our second El Mercadito in May. And it's been a great success. And in terms of housing, I think a really big project that was completed was our Sendero project, and kudos to the team of Kimberly, Edith, and Beatrice. But also, I have to say that others really supported. And now that we have this beautiful picture of the plants, I have to give kudos to Ariana, who has a really good vision with, I don't know if she's here, but has a good vision with the planter. But we really, again, I know that this hasn't been easy for council, that have been some criticism, but if you think about where we were a few years ago with 40 people living in the riverbed and all the trash around our commercial area, and now that's gone. And now we have this interim housing in place, in addition to 14 permanently housed individuals. This is a big deal. And actually, as I was coming in, I saw the behavioral health folks, and they said, like, this is a model. We should be really proud of this project. So, Alex, and we're already seeing it. It's happening around City Hall. But I talked a little bit about our Purple Pipe project, the recycled water project, 4.7 miles of pipeline. We're making great progress. And again, I just have to give a shout out to Dawn, who had the foresight to do something so innovative and get us the major grant of 16 million. And then the team, Hilda, who, has helped done a lot of grant management, and then Juan and of course Alex, that are there helping with construction management, and even Eric, shout out to Eric, to help really put things out about this project on the internet. Another thing that is really important to the council is really about equity and making sure that we address needs, especially with the anti-immigrant actions of the federal government, the fears about ICE. It's really been important for us to do more services for our community. And kudos again to Eric and our council members who brought the Mexican consulate as a partner to Soledad. And we've had, I think, 2 Consul Rutas and 1 Consul Movil in our community just in this quarter. And then we have completed not only the community center improvements, but we repaired the HVAC system, which was really important. So again, kudos to Public Works and also to our Parks and Recreation staff to continue to make sure that the community center is operating. And I can't say enough about our team there, our youth who keep the facility clean, and Gina also, who has been really helping Anna and the team, Pri and Rolando and Manny, keeping this facility in great shape. Who went to Nemo? It was so cute. And I mean, kudos to the team for putting on this production. I went on Saturday. There were easily 300 people in the audience, maybe more. I heard that Friday was similar. the creativity on the costumes, I just can't say enough. I mean, this is an excellent program and something that we should really say that I don't think any city is doing something like this in the performing arts. It's usually a different nonprofit who's doing that. So kudos again. Pri and Rolando, they put their hearts into the show, and it really showed with the decorations and again our community partners. And we also have a great Tiny Chefs program. We've also had the seniors. We've done senior travel programs that people don't maybe not know about, but we're starting to really pick up our senior programming, and the seniors just love it. So again, kudos to the rec team and Anna, our new director, and our former director who just left us sadly, but is here in spirit. Mobility. The mayor already talked about a huge win. We have a Vision Zero plan. So kudos again to our team for working with Tamsi on having our own Vision Zero plan. And I believe we were the first to adopt. So kudos to Soledad for that. And then again, on mobility, we've done a ton of pedestrian and roadway safety projects in key areas. Kudos again to our team in Public Works who have used HCHIP money to get some early wins and some low-hanging fruit on those priority projects. And you can see right in front of the high school right there by the library. And then public safety. We are pleased to announce our $300,000 Clean California grant and employment pathway that will allow us to partner with the Conservation Corps in the Monterey district, Bay District. And again, it's a partnership with all of the staff really to hit those high blight, graffiti, trash areas, which fortunately for us, there's very few in town because we have such a tremendous public works team, but to really hit our entrances around Caltrans, around the river. So this is going to be a tremendous grant, and it'll allow us to also work with our Sendero residents to also participate in this project. And then I just have to say, the public safety team is really coming together. We have our new police lieutenant that got promoted. Obviously, Lieutenant Ariola, who's been doing a great job along with our chief. And we do have two of our we were able to have two lateral police officer hires who have completed their training, their full-time training. So they're on patrol, and that's a huge accomplishment. And I think that's a testament to Chief Valenzuela, who's been really about mentorship. You know, we talked about some of the training that he's making sure folks have, and really making this a place, you know, that people want to come to. So I think the word is spreading that Soledad is the place to come if you want to be in public safety. So, and then a really big accomplishment is that the council was considered the parcel tax measure, which is now called Measure A. We were able to explore that, which was in the strategic plan, and determine what to do about it. And again, we did place it on the ballot for June 2nd to ensure that we have the 3-person staffing needed to ensure that people are safe and that our fire department can respond to medical emergencies and fires safely. So that is actually an objective accomplished. That's a completed task. So in terms of our youth, I won't talk too much because they came and gave you a presentation, but here's a picture of them with painting the sidewalk mural. And they'll more to come next week. Again, more to come. I don't want to steal their thunder because they'll be here on May 20th, but they were very involved in providing feedback on the grant that we're applying for active transportation. They provided a lot of feedback. We're applying for a huge active transportation grant of about 21 million. And the youth are going to be a component of that grant application. And then internal operations, I think kudos to the council who's been extremely engaged in legislative advocacy. I know that all of you went to, all but one went to the Cal League of Cities meeting in the fall. And then I know that Councilmember Banuelos has just returned from the Leadership Summit, and all of you have been engaging with our various officials at various levels. And then, of course, we had our State of the City address in February. And the thing that has helped me probably the most is the hiring of an assistant city manager. I can't tell you how happy I am to have Mike here. It makes me a little like emotional because I think you can already start seeing some of the improvements that are happening because he's able to delve into some of the operational issues that we've been having, but with me spread throughout not only the departments, but trying to manage things like HR, it's been really hard to get traction on some things. So it's been really helpful to have Mike here. They are meeting, the internal team is meeting, and they're really talking about the strategic projects. And so you'll start seeing these things that have been long wants get done. So in conclusion, I think Jesus said it best. This is a living document. We want to show the public that we want to make it transparent to show the public the importance of the strategic plan, how we're working on the strategic plan. We will have future quarterly reports. Our next report will be presented in August, but I do want to say, I will ask council, I know that there's a lot of things that you are interested in doing, but I will ask that we try to keep to the priorities in the strategic plan, because if we spread ourselves too thin, then we're not going to be able to check the box on many of these things that you have deemed that are important. So while, you know, we definitely want to be flexible and we want to be responsive, we really also want to show the public and you, because these were your priorities, what we can accomplish. So my one request is let us continue to work through the plan and then continue to report back to you, but maybe limit how much new work we're adding, because and if we do need to add new work, I think it's important to schedule a time that we can, you know, periodically, as the council can periodically review the strategic plan and say, okay, are these the goals and objectives? Are there things we need to modify? That might be a better way of approaching it. And that will give the staff the understanding of what your priorities are. And with that, I can open it up to questions. And again, we have the team here, but I just want to stress that this is a team effort. And so I just want to applaud. For me, I don't get to really appreciate my own directors and now Mike. So I'm just going to give you guys a big hand of applause for everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Megan. So before I bring it to the council for any comments or questions, let me take it out to the public first to see if there's anyone here from that's joining us here in our city council chambers, if there's anyone that has any comments on the presentation. Okay, none. Okay, so let me then take it out to those that are joining us via Zoom to see if there's anyone that has any comments or questions. Okay, see none. Then I will then bring it back to the council, and I'll start with Councilmember Caldera.
Thank you, Megan, for your presentation there. I am I am so proud of where we are now, and thank you for leading that. Because I mean, I believe without your vision and of course the council direction, we wouldn't be in this place. And I'm so proud of our city. I'm proud of the council, proud of the staff. And I think you guys are doing a great job, and let's move forward. It's looking very beautiful. I like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
I have a couple of things to say. First, let me see if I said it correctly, because it's been in my mind the entire time. Is in a movie they said, all the ships must go in the right direction. And I think that this is a perfect example of what we try to accomplish here. This is not just so that we can have a bunch of projects to do, is so that we have a direction to go, and the community have a picture of what we're doing. You know, no longer can somebody in this city say, I don't know what the city's doing. They can click in do a couple of clicks and see in our website where we are, what we're doing, and what we're doing with the money. Nobody else can say, oh, the money is going everywhere. No. We have the projects. The front street, man, is beautiful. Our community center is beautiful. Not only beautiful, it's becoming a place to go from the city. You know, all the things that we've been accomplishing, and I say we're the ones who do less. You guys are the ones who do all the work. And I have seen it throughout this 4 years. All of you guys work really hard to keep this city working, to keep this city safe. And thank you for that statement. It is not wide enough for a safety travel there. Those are those are the answers that we need when we are in doubt, you know. And you guys have provided so many answers to those doubts that me and the rest of the residents have. Thank you for that. The second thing that I would, or the last thing that I want to say is that everything that we plan to accomplish is going to be a little bit harder, and we need our resident support for Measure A, not because we need money. It's because we want to keep the services that we provide to our residents, because we want to keep the safety and the service that either both our firefighter department and the ambulance support. I had 4 members of my family who died, and I can tell everybody, our fire department and the ambulance were right there in minutes. They make a difference. Our police department make a difference in our community. Our community is not afraid of talking to our police department. When people come to the city hall, they come and they know that they're going to have an answer. Sometimes don't like the answer they get, but it is because we keep our government within the rules that we have set up. And I want to thank you. I want to know that I appreciate all the work that you guys do, from us who just sit here and read, and you guys who provide the alert. Thank you so much.
Hey, I want to say thank you for you, Megan, Mike, being on board, everyone. You know, as you mentioned earlier today, you know, we're small but mighty. You know, you guys always collaborate. You guys always bring ideas to the table, and that's great. And I admire that, because again, we're small and mighty, but we're doing things and we're being proactive. And the questions that you guys know that we're going to ask, you guys you're on it. And I love that. My only thing that I would say is, you know, what happened? We should have had the strategic plan years before. And, you know, and us having this strategic plan is giving us structure on what we want to accomplish for the city of Soledad, you know, and as I always say, because I'm pretty involved with my communities, I love my community. Why? Because I give back. Why? Because this is my heart where it's at, you know. And everyone knows this. Everyone knows who I am. And I really, really want to say is, you know, the encouraging words, you know, we have our different personalities, but in the end, that we move forward to make Soledad happen. And I always say that it's not because of us, because you guys make Soledad happen. It is happening in Soledad because it's you guys, you know, all of you guys, but then also our residents. So with that said, you know, we just continue to move forward with our strategic plan, and the highlights that you brought forth here, Megan, is an accomplishment for all you guys. And I really, really want to just stress everyone with the engagement with you guys behind the scenes. So I just really, really want to share that, you know, though I know I mentioned to Dawn's, like, I really want to tour at the water plant because I want to have the residents understand what's happening there, but you know, we can't, but that's okay. Maybe some video in some time in the future, what's important with the water and, you know, what we can do, you know. So that's my comment and my praise for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Borrellos. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Megan, for putting this together. I think for me, coming more on the strategic side and the planning piece, I think this was really important to be able to have a strategic plan. I not probably, but I've been here longer than the others. And I know that every council that comes in obviously has different priorities and different goals. So being able to have a strategic goal of 5 years, that it gives a vision and it gives a set of priorities, so the staff doesn't feel like it's always changing. And I think that's what we had in the past. And, you know, obviously I know I come from local government and I know how it feels when it changes, right? And you start already from ground zero and you start all over again. So the strategic plan, I think, is really critical, and having, you know, all of those elements, it's a lot for me. It's a lot, but you know, the pillars are important because they do reflect what's needed in our community. So I thank the staff for all of the work that they've done and putting all of this together. And I think for me, it's, you know, now that we have this information that it's here, I again go back to how do we make sure that our residents know, because we can have all the great information, we can be doing great things, but if our residents don't know what the great things are being done, then, you know, we're not really sharing that, right? And it's sharing it with our residents, but also looking at opportunities of how can we share that also in other spaces. So some of us are, you know, work within our community, some of us work outside of our community. So how do we make sure that we're taking advantage of those opportunities? So for me, it's, I know I've looked at, and I think I've shared it with you and with Townsend, is on the Beacon Awards, right? That Cal City has. It's like, you know, when we went to the conference last year, all these communities, you know, even some of our local communities, they're doing some good work, but we're doing some great work. And it's like, that could be us up there because you guys are doing amazing work. So even our pipeline, like, who has that really, right? So nobody, right? So how do we highlight that? How do we take time? And I know everybody's busy, but I think for me, and I've said, you know, I know I work hard, you know, I don't just sit up here and just read. I mean, I'm trying to hustle and trying to, you know, everywhere I can is, you know, how do we make money? How do we find money for Soledad? You know, how do we highlight Soledad? You know, how do we bring in more resources? You know, how are we working with our legislators? How are we, you know, supporting policies that work for Soledad? You know, how are we making the city better? So looking at those ways of how we can do that. So I think it's really important. How do we help you guys to be able to do that if there's support needed? How can we do that? Because we want to showcase the work that's being done, and we want to be supportive in the spaces that we have access to as well. So, you know, I would like to see us access some of those, submit applications, to be able to highlight some of that, because the work is being done, which is really amazing, but how do we highlight it, you know, to our community residents? And then how do we highlight it outside of that, outside of here to showcase that, which is really amazing. So, with that, I just want to say thank you again. Thank you for putting this together. I know it's a draft, there's going to be more. And so thank you, Jesus, for doing this. I know it's something that you love and that, you know, it shows through the work that you put together. And I just, you know, want to say thank you to the team for doing this and for providing this opportunity as a draft for our community to see. And I look forward to what's to come in August. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. And I'll let the team go home. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, then we will, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so with that, so then we will move on then to the next item of business, which is the mayor's report. Okay, so we'll move on. I don't think so. No, because it was just a report. Okay, so we'll move on to the mayor's report and acknowledgements. So are we ready? Yeah. Okay, so on April 24th, I met with Megan, Supervisor Lopez, and Senator Laird to discuss Hacienda's housing project. And as well, on that same day, I attended the event with Líderes Campesinas for Dia del Niño that they had here in Soledad at the Gourmet Pizza. On the 25th, I attended the What I Wish My Parents Knew workshop at Main Street Middle School with Monterey County Behavioral Health and the Partners for Peace and the Soledad Unified School District, along with Mayor Pro Tem was also there, and it was an amazing event. On the 27th, the City of Soledad hosted the Mayor's Association meeting at the community center. We discussed the impacts of HR 1 by the county. Ana Ambriz, our Rec and Park Director, gave a tour of the facility to the other mayors that were present. There was also a presentation by Relay for Life, the discussion about having a South County cities participate. I know 3 of the council members last year, we went to Salinas. Now they want to do like the torch. I know they gave us a torch last year, so they want to do the torch for each of the cities to have an event to be able to pass on the torch here and then have a final celebration also in Salinas. So more to come on how we can coordinate those efforts here. Also attended the Earth Day celebration, as you saw already as part of the presentation with the press conference and the great news of the Clean California Grant Award. I missed the LAFCO meeting on that day because of the Earth Day celebration. On the 29th, I had a follow-up meeting. We had a follow-up meeting with Megan, Senator Laird, and the team to discuss Hacienda's issue. Then I also attended the HRC and the City of Soledad landlord workshop at the community center on that day. On May the 2nd, I attended the South County Youth Summit and the second Mercadito in Front Street. And on the 5th, I met with Mr. Craig Stevens to discuss grant submissions for the museum and inclusion of the ceiling fans to the roof as part of the bid contract, Megan. And Councilwoman Buñuelos, I know he said he had mentioned that to you as well. And then on the 6th, I attended today, which is today. Today, I attended the first Dolly Parton Imagination Breakfast to bring books to children 0 to 5 in Monterey County. Ana Ambriz was also in attendance. There's more details to come as they want to move forward with championing these events to be able to provide more, books, and literacy obviously is something that's really critical to me, not just as a mayor, but also as a mom. And then attended the luncheon to celebrate our public service employees today, and congratulations to all of them. And then just, I did also have a conversation with Marlo from Wonderwood Ranch on Saturday, and excited to be able to, we had a meeting previously to be able to talk about potential partnership opportunities with the city. So glad they were able to receive the grant. And so excited to know that there's potential partnership opportunities with the City of Soledad. So thank you for being here. Okay, so with that, my time's up. Okay, so I will then pass it on to Councilmember Caldera.
Other than having a briefing with city manager.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cabrera?
Yes, I actually had only a few. I attended the celebration for the other new Líderes Campesinas. I also was participating in the landlord's workshop at the community center. I attended the opening ceremony for the youth summit on Saturday, which was really good. And then I attended the end half of the public launch today. I got the last pizza. I took the last pizza, and then my son said, "Oh, thank you so much." So I didn't eat pizza, but thank you. That was one. The moment was really good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Bañuelos?
Okay, I don't know, Darlene. I think I'm gonna try to do it in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
I missed the Líderes Campesinas Día del Niño. I did attend, I just want to highlight some stuff. On the April 16th, I did attend the Salinas Valley Recycle Board of Directors. I also wanted to maybe connect also with the district because they have free trips for the Ed Center. So I want to make sure that we collaborate and partner up with them and also bring that to the Youth Council because it is a free event and also free transportation for our students. I also attended April 20th and the 21st as a Citizens Advisory Committee member for CTF Salinas Valley. I received an invite for the National Crime Victims event that they had at CTF or at the Central Gym. It was a great impact. There was a lot of survivors that shared their story, and it was very emotional. And I met one of the survivors that she was held captive in her basement, and it was a great honor to hear her story. And I also attended through the 22nd through the 24th, the Cal Cities Leaders Summit. It was great collaboration, great workshops. And so Megan, I want to talk to you about, bringing out some stuff with nonprofits with the United Way, something into that aspect. But there's a lot that I wanted to talk to you about. And yes, and then also I attended Earth Day at Orchard Park, and thank you for partnering up with our local agencies, and thank you for CCC for the grant that we use. So I know I want to use that in our district for community cleanup. I did attend through a Zoom meeting on Build Up California. That is a follow through with the presentation workshop that I attended at the Leader Summit. I also attended the 29th, the Landlord Workshop, and thank you so much for the partners who also attended as well. I also attended the South County Youth Summit in Gonzales, and it was just a great turnout in the morning. I also attended Mercadito. I also was invited in Salinas. Lisa Cooks for his beloved Healing Center. She had asked me to represent the city of Soledad, so I was there in attendance for her grand opening and ribbon cutting. So that was really nice. Also, I went to the production of Finding Nemo on the 3rd on Sunday, and it was a great theaters, and we need to have more performing arts here. I totally agree. And thank you so much for Celestina Ripley and her crew for bringing that. And thank you so much for all these kids that participated. And the Aztec Wow for San Vicente School seniors. And thank you for the public service recognition today for the city staff.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to our next item, which is our city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to roll right from the city manager's report into future agenda items because I kudos to Darlene for helping get this together, but we have the list of council requests that we can kind of work through under future agenda items. But anyhow, real quick, just wanted to let folks know we received our agreement from HUD for our $250,000 earmark from Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren for I think the plan is to put it towards the underpass to beautify with a mural. And we also need to figure out, which I know is on your list, we're also trying to figure out how to deal with the pigeon. So that's going to be the project. We also she also included our earmark for the Container Village for 2.5 million. In her proposed projects. We'll see, what happens when it gets to Congress, but we did make the cut for her earmark. So that was great. I wanted to mention that we are at the tail end of our website, the whole redo of our website. It's kudos to the IT team who has been working on a lot of major projects all at once, including the networking project, which is nearly complete, but and especially Diego, who led the website redesign. So we actually have a training at the end of this month, and our plan is to launch it by June 9th, because before Diego goes on vacation. I did also want to mention that the executive team wants to go do a road show. So on May 21st, we're going to plan kind of a listening session or an interactive session for the public, and we're calling it Tacos with the Team. So we're going to have tacos and just be there to kind of, I think, go over what we talked today about the strategic plan and some of the, and allow people to ask questions of us. And then I think that's it. And then I can maybe roll into the,
Megan, sorry. So the 21st, is that part of the workshop? Like when are we doing a workshop, the budget workshop for the community, or are we not doing that?
So I think I mentioned in my last piece of information, because of the uncertainty regarding Measure A and our budget, the outcome of the Measure A could impact our budget. We would be looking to do a continuation budget and then come back in August with the budget. So we can talk about maybe working with each, if a council member wants us to go and do a town hall regarding the budget, we could do that. If council members want to combine. I know that one of the issues we've had with the budget, channeling the city attorney, is just whenever we do outside of kind of the dais setting, it's difficult because we can inadvertently violate the Brown Act. So we can talk about when we would best do those budget workshops. So we can talk more, but I think right now the uncertainty is making it challenging for us to kind of move forward with the budget process as is.
Well, I think, let me just, I'm sorry, but I'm going to give my concern about not doing anything. And I think I've stated it in the past, is even though we have some budget uncertainties, I know Jesus Yanez and Mike have done before in the past a budget overview of where our money goes. And I think given the fact that there's a lot of people that still don't understand what a budget, where our budget money goes, or like the budget process. I mean, we're still getting comments in terms of, council stipends and, stealing money, simple things like that. And I think it's important, even though we don't have a budget, that we have the budget workshop that outlines, here's how the money is distributed. Here's where, kind of the pie charts that Mike has been able to provide in the past, for clarity in terms of this is where the budget, this is how the budget works for a city. And here's, how it works without all of the other details. So this is what I feel. So maybe I'll work with you guys to do that, because I think in this time, in terms of the sentiment about government and where your money goes, I think it's really important to be able to do something instead of waiting until you actually have a budget where we're going to approve it.
Ta-ta-ta-da.
I think we're on the same page. So we're not calling it a budget workshop because we have received feedback from some of our committees, namely our TUT committee, that when we name something a budget workshop, it's not interesting enough for the public. So we're calling this the come and meet the team, but a part of that meeting will be a budget education component to do exactly as you were saying, Mayor, that we would say, here's where our money comes from. Did you know that when you pay your property taxes, only 7% of it comes to the city of Soledad? And this is what it looks like. And here's how our money is spent. So kind of do it on a high level, but then allow the public to ask questions so that we listen and hear what they have to say. Once we have a budget, we do plan on actually educating on the actual budget, but we also want to do what we're going to be calling, instead of a budget workshop, it would be budget education.
Okay, thank you for that, because when you said tacos with the team, I thought it was like none of that and rolled into it. So I was like, tacos with the team, but what happened? Okay, got it.
So there will be education components, but there will be listening. So it's all in how we're putting it together so that we can try to attract as many people as possible to these types of sessions.
So there will be tacos?
There will be tacos.
You're not going to get the tacos in the budget.
Are we having an English and Spanish as well?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, sorry, I probably covered that a little bit too fast, but that's why we have an assistant city manager who is here. So I'm going to pass out the future requests, and kind of kudos to Darlene who helped put this together. She looked back and
thank you, Darlene.
Documented from November 2025 until April 2026 some of the requests of council. And I know, and we can finesse this if you don't like this, the way it's organized, but basically we're just gonna continue to document sort of what we've done, that we're not ignoring requests. And sometimes the requests come a little bit later based on the agenda, how full the agenda is. Next, on the May 20th meeting, we have a little bit more space. So I think there was a request at one point for code enforcement. So we are going to do a presentation on code enforcement. But I tried to document where we are on many of these items. And I do, on the one of the consistent requests has been regarding the Soledad marketplace. And we are trying to make a project work. But I've been a little bit leery of having them given update, because promises were made and promises were broken to the public. So that's the only reason why he hasn't come back to make a presentation, because I'm hoping that we have something that could be announced that seems real. But again, that's an item that, no, I'm not, I do know that council wants John Lee to come back, and we have an item that's sort of pending, and actually it might come back as an item to council at some point. So that's why that hasn't come to fruition. But I know I just gave this to you, so if I can go through it, or I can just take questions on any of your items if you want to or if you have feedback on the format of this. And as you can see, the stuff that happened a while ago mostly has been addressed, but some of the more recent requests we're still kind of working through.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Megan. Here, I got an extra one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I don't know if the council is done reading it, so just kind of hard to read it on the dais, but I think if the council has additional questions, or we can open it up for comments, and then we can, I mean, I think that if there's additional comments on any of these, we can come back and discuss them, but let me just open it up to see if there's any comments or questions from the council on any of these items. You guys need a few more minutes to finish reading?
No, I want to make a comment. I know that to the public, there is a delay, and the reason why the delay is not even on our end. Like just all the requests, it's more trailing with Caltrans, with any other partnership, with these requests that we have, me asking for the billboard update, Megan has been providing me updates. It's just more the timeline, we've been waiting on this. So, I mean, just the comments, it's happening, but slowly.
Yeah, and can I follow up on that too,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Bañuelos? Because I want to make sure too that, I mean, Megan's giving us these updates, but I think the other thing also to note is she's also providing reports. And those reports are also included in, I know she gives them to us, and sometimes they're sometimes they're included.
Your
in the-
weekly
in-
reports, yeah.
Yeah, and the weekly reports, and I know the public may not see them sometimes, right? But we get them, so I think it's important for the public to know that the reports are being provided. And so when we get them, if there's questions, and that we can follow up with whoever, the comments, or whatever constituent, has concerns of those. But those are being provided on the weekly reports that our city manager does provide to us as well. And on some of these, as Councilwoman Bañuelos said, I mean, some of them are take a little bit longer. I know I asked for, the marketplace, the owner of the marketplace to come, and I get it, that, there's some updates, and, I think for me, the issue was there wasn't a verbal providing information about what was coming. There was actually a map with all of these different businesses that were coming, and that circulated throughout our community, and that was the issue. And so our community members were upset that a lot of these businesses that were promised did not come. So I think at this point he did provide one update. I think if we bring them back just to say, where are we, how is there any projections, what is possible, where are we moving forward, is there any more? And I think maybe not, he doesn't have to give us like, hey, we're bringing out, these are specifics, but we are moving it forward. We hope that maybe in the next couple of months, or at the end of the year, we should have a couple of businesses. I think that's important too, to be able to know, but I'll defer to you, Megan. I know there's a lot, like you had mentioned. I think at this point for me, I know that there's a lot that the staff is already tasked with. There's a lot that we're doing. some of these are not urgent items, at least on my end, that, you know, I'm going to say, hey, we need to do this because it's urgent. I mean, there's a lot of other urgent fires that we're trying to meet where some of my items are not something that I'm gonna like, I need to have this done, you know?
Sounds good.
Yeah, so I don't know if any of the other council members have any comments or for Megan, comments or questions.
From my perspective, Jesus just said it, there's about 70 items that are in the urgent side. So, at least in my part, most of the things that I ask is just reports that come within your report. So, I think that we have to focus on those items that we urgently need because it served the city better. So that's my comment. So.
Well, if you have any comments, if not, we're good.
No comments. Just an update where we are with the scooter issue and the speed and that kind of stuff. Vehicle speed and I mean, I would like to see speed bumps, you know, like we had talked about before, so we can add that to your list.
So on the so we have a little bit of our May 20th meeting's not going to be too crazy. Maybe it'd be useful because I think you also asked for a little bit about safe routes to schools, but maybe it'll be useful to talk about the work that we're doing and kind of plans that we have to address safe, like roadway safety issues, which includes, you know, bikes, pedestrians, e-bikes. I think that would be good because we started a task force team. So we can maybe talk a little bit about what's in the works. So I can bring that back on May 20th. Like I said, we have a little bit of, if council's interested in that as a future agenda, we do actually have not a crazy agenda on the 20th. And it seems to be a real pressing issue for everybody.
Yeah, Megan, yeah, if council's in agreement with that, I think that would be good. And I'll give you my take on that too. So I think I talked to you about it earlier, but I'll just say it too. I know I heard a lot with some of the residents in my area with, on Portola that they had already had discussed speed bumps because that area connects to a school, to Rose Ferrero. And so the speed bumps, they had said they had talked to the city, they had came to the city at some point and had requested, you know, to do something. I said, you know, we have the safe routes to school. We have now the Vision Zero, and to be able to look whether that area was included as part of that, as part of those initiatives as well. So if we can do that, that would be great. So we can invite the public to come and make sure that that they hear and they can be part of those discussions.
Yeah, sure. No problem.
Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. So,
and just one quick question. And you guys, I know that you're just absorbing this on the dais and that's a lot of information, but are you okay with this kind of format of request and then the outcome? Does that work for you? Okay. So we'll keep this format then. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. So thank you, everyone. So if there's no other items of business, then we will adjourn this meeting at 9:27. Thank you, everyone.